Hey, what's up, man? What are you up to? Inking, cool. What you inking? Inking and drawing. Shadow techniques, cool. Yeah, I'm currently kind of goofing off with a Scarecrow piece real quick here. And maybe doing a charity piece for someone or a local comic book shop. I haven't found out what's available to do, but sometimes I'll jump the gun and start working on a piece before I find out what's available to work on. And that's basically kind of what I'm doing with this. This probably will be already picked up, I would assume. I think Scarecrow would be like one of the more obvious, scary, or I think it's spooky. That's what it's supposed to be, spooky comic book related stuff. The other thing I was thinking about is seeing if they would let me do it or just horror characters. You should draw that character? Yeah, he's interesting. A lot of people make him um, kind of silly, but he's pretty interesting. He doesn't make much sense to me though, how they have him. I feel like they need to work on his lore and stuff. Yeah, I've been working on a bunch of off-screen work on satire, not the artwork, just like uh, brainstorming and context and story and whatnot, so I can flesh some stuff out. So when I actually stream, I'll have won't get stuck. Yesterday I was like struggling. My brain was not wanting to participate. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to see your take on the Scarecrow. Kind of wouldn't mind doing one of my weird concepts of Scarecrow, but I don't think people would get it. Maybe I'll mess around with drawing that a little bit well after I do this for so much. Because I don't know if you could tell yesterday, it was kind of dead. It was okay at the very beginning, but right about the time you showed up, especially when the other guy showed up, I was just like done. And I actually found my other book, and it didn't have any notes that would help me too. So I'm glad I found that because I was getting caught up on it. I was thinking that it had maybe some reference that I would forget, and then I would have to go back and do shit. So a little bit of procrastination there because of that. You got a critique on your story? What was the critique? Critique. So focus more on your character stuff instead of the actual creatures. So that's what they're suggesting. For the main plot, huh? So less, were they suggesting less on having the demons be a focus and more the characters, what they're saying? Or were they just saying that the make sure you focus on your characters? No equal time. Okay, I see what you're saying there. So they're suggesting create a world with your characters in it, set that up first, and then reveal the the demons after you've fallen in love with the characters a little bit. Curious if this person was thinking you should stay away from even mentioning it in the story, like so that they don't even exist, and then it's like they come out of nowhere, then you find out about them, or if it's actually more of along the lines of what is it that they do exist, you hear about them, you talk about them, but you just never see them until later on. Make sure you develop your characters well and like that. Don't think you knew the genre. Um, yeah, genre has a little bit of pull here and there with stuff like that, but still, even on top of that, the focusing on the characters is important. It's really good to have that down. Thing is what does that mean exactly with connecting to your stuff? Because it's like there's certain things that make that a thing. There's the story, where the story actually makes the characters who they are. It's the dialogue, the things that they say, kind of makes the character who they are. And then there's the kind of like the weird trials and tribulations and whatnot that they go through, and how you frame that shit. Don't know about that. You have no comics online to show them? Yeah. And when you're first starting out with that stuff, it's kind of tricky to explain what you're going for and stuff like that. Thing is what's interesting is there must be some weird universal um, concept or construct or something going on with stuff, because I've heard a lot of people wanting to do demon stories recently. All of them are kind of different in a roundabout way. They're not the same or anything, but there's a lot of people that are doing that right now. I'm curious why that's kind of in the popular right now in people's heads. The new fad, you guess? What's making you want to do something that's kind of demon related? What got you pulling towards that direction? I don't like that. That makes him look too friendly. Interesting, but not gonna fly. It's the new zombie. That's zombies interesting, because that back in the day that was the thing, and now that's back. Maybe I guess demons are gonna come back around. Eventually, it'll be vampires will get big again too. They almost tried and kind of almost got it to almost kick back in again, but kind of fell on its face a little quick. It didn't last as long. Yeah, and you haven't explained your crying souls enough to know if they're anything like. Because my brother wanted to do it. I know there's a couple other comic book artists out there that I've talked to at conventions that have like these dream um, concepts that are they have kind of a demon angel thing to them or something close to that. Um, my brother wanted to do a, some kind of a demon thing as well. His thing, he wanted to actually try to get some actors together to do a TV series, kind of a situation with it. Like just a YouTube TV show kind of a thing, just doing small pilots and stuff like that. Which I bet he'll do it one of these days. Well, demons are vague, depending on your cultural belief system. Because usually most Christian or kind of along that line has a different thought process than like if you were say like a demon to like someone that had a different kind of mythology background. That's why when you said demon, I was curious like what type of a demon you meant. And you kind of being into anime, you have more of a little bit more of a the oni and um, almost a little bit fantasy kind of a more so leaning kind of a thing maybe going on in your head. Like I said, I have to see some of your pictures, kind of get a rough idea of what you were thinking. If it's anything like Berserker, that shit's just that's weird, cool shit right there. Where it's not, doesn't feel like it's um, religious demons. It feels like it's more um, like what kind of demon is that? Almost kind of like Cthulhu. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Cthulhu, but has that kind of a weird feel to me where it's like Lovecraft, um, old school demon thing. Maybe even along the lines of what is it? Um, Evil Dead though too a little bit. Where yeah, it sounds like it's dealing with something close to hell-ish or um, alien in some way, but it's more like interdimensionally. Uh, there where it's like different realm or realms on top of realms kind of a thing. Where it's not necessarily what is taught in some specific belief system or something like that. And it's almost like usually with that stuff I really enjoy when it's like, well, this is the truth, and this is what everybody's like. This is why people think this. They think this stuff because they're misunderstanding. Attack piece? Cool. Your original story was called The Game of the Death Gods? Your comic book was called that? Or just the story that you're working currently on? Well, it seems like it's maybe heavily homaged to Game of Thrones, maybe a little bit. I don't know if you're into that, if that's why you did that, or where that came from. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. It just, like you said, childish. Just realizing that certain things are you want to try to do something like someone else did or whatever. Perpetuate that. It's fine. The thing is, you want to be able to make it your own. Have it grow up with you. Came from your head. All right. So nothing to do with like Game of Thrones then. What is the game part meaning in that statement? Game of the Death Gods. Is that a kind of a what did my brain get from that? I got a Death Note weirdness thing from that for some reason. I would assume you're familiar with Death Note. It's when you read a lot of anime. Because that makes me think of what is it? In Death Note, there's the whole realm above thing, and where they're looking down and watching people, and kind of possibly even like that kind of Grim Reapers like betting on people and whatnot to do stuff or whatever. Kind of a weird feeling. Definitely different than that Death Note, but a little bit similar to that. Death Note kind of reminds me a little bit of Berserker in a weird way too, but not as macabre and violent. That makes sense that kind of came about from anime stuff. So do you see your crying souls as death gods then? So it's Dante's Inferno. You familiar with Dante's Inferno? So Death God meant three characters. Okay. Because that's what that kind of reminds me of. The Dante's Inferno is a little bit different than that. He doesn't really fight his way out. They've done the video game, they did made it into that, but like some being leads him out in the books. And it's not just um, limbo and hell. He also goes to heaven too in the story. Reaper, Seth, and story you wrote when you were 16. So are you're saying that your Reaper is your devil in your story? You was still searching for the devil part? Okay, so you have a Reaper, you have Seth, and you're trying to find a replacement for your devil. And these three characters are your death gods? Am I starting to catch on here? Yes, I would agree. It kind of has that filling and flow a little bit here and there. Um, what is it? My suggestion would be to do is try to find the filling that you want and create something new. Now I know usually that's can be sometimes tricky, but uh, I think it's weird that we always kind of regurgitate the same thing. It's cool. I feel that the whole meme thing or passing information along like that is cool, but uh, there's and I don't know how much of it skips it all because I feel like some of the Japanese stuff to me a little bit kind of like comes out of nowhere, but I feel like the people that are doing their stuff, they have their um, muses and whatever that's kind of leading them to choose those decisions. They're trying to emulate other people's stuff too a little bit. So to me, because I haven't seen the other people's stuff that they're into, makes it appear to be new to me. Same thing with certain comic books and whatnot. If I don't read or books interact with those things, then uh, when they actually someone does something with it, then I'm oblivious to it, and it seems like it's a new thing, but it's actually really not. It's a mashup. And one of the good ways to do that, weird. Don't go easy on me, man. Let's see here. What did I do? Well, the thing is what's doing? Very Japanese storytelling is very strict. Yeah, and part Yoda. You're part Yoda. What is it? Trying to think. Um, because the thing is definitely it'd be cool to like hear more of your synopsis and whatnot of your stuff, so I could actually judge it better, obviously. But the things. What is it? Trying to think. Like for example, some of the words probably that you're using to describe the things that you're doing, you should probably not use those words. So, for example, you have something called a reaper, you have something called a devil, and the thing you did a really good job with it with your demons, where you've renamed it. It's not that thing that someone's going to associate it with. And I don't know what your reaper looks like, but um, changing up those words, I think, is makes stuff a little bit more interesting, and then pulls it out of like the mundane and just recycled thing where, oh, okay, that's that. But I do like to see people take twists on pervert and change up things though too. So it's like a kind of a double-edged sword there. So you can retain certain things that way, and then try to do something else different with the other things too, or both. Both is always good too, where you can, for example, like I'm saying about the Reaper. Actually, yeah, a lot of people would call it the Reaper, but that's like a not what it's really called. That is a um, naive terminology for it, kind of thing. That's what a common person would call it if they saw it. Tear apart my work, make me make it. Okay, let's see. I spent a lot of time on the Crying Souls. I think everybody's still a novice with everything they do. You're still always learning and growing with shit. If you didn't, then you you'd be worthless at that point and bored as hell. So half the time when people tell you shit, it's just the shit that they would want to read, that they would want to see, that they would be interested in, and that's only a thin slice of, you know, who's gonna actually really like it. My thing would be to try to do both, not like tear away what you have, but just to um, find ways of reframing it so it felt new and uh, fresh to people. Or if it does feel like it's something old, that it feels like it's something that hasn't been really done before, or something that someone would be like, man, I wanted to do that story. Because those are also good too. They piss people off. They piss me off when someone like kind of does a story that I wish I thought up of, but I'm glad someone does it. Hey, good morning. Because you're still researching. Forgot about the substantial storytelling. Yeah, that can happen. Because how I do my comic book, uh, because what is it? How is the best way to describe it? At least currently, how I'm doing it or have it written out right now is it's basically more comic strip, and basically what I do is I have stories and instance in scenarios. Can't say that word right now. That satire gets themselves into, and basically I just take those moments and then connect them to another moment, and then I create a moment in between those two moments to actually sew them together, and then from there I chop up those moments after I figure that out to a certain point. Then I chop those moments up with the security firm that's watching him and the what is it? Uh, Crap. Um, what is the other thing? And him blacking out. But yes, good morning to you too, Aiden. I think I kind of said that, but I'm rambling with Alec here, so you're finding out that you're getting older. Cool, I think. Cool. Let's do engineering. I don't know that's because cool is an opinion, and so whatever you thought was cool seems stupid and generic. Apparently, is what it sounds like. Which I feel like I don't know if I really came across that exact epiphany, but I feel it's somewhat close to that. It's like because I know one of the comic books that me and my brothers are attempting to do at some point. It's heavily based on just X-Men crap, and it's just like I've been slowly trying to strip away that feeling, the that kid youth just trying to just tell the same story that they're telling just with my characters, which is like not what I'm wanting to do with that. I want to do something different. And then right when I start looking into stuff like thinking about, okay, what is different? What I can do different with this? You find out that it's already been done before. So I'm slowly but surely trying to get that fleshed out so it's a little bit uh, not so much just what is it nostalgia. It's the whole like kind of trying to build a book on nostalgia, and I've seen so many people do that. They make a comic book just based on nostalgia of like their favorite comic book character and whatnot. Mm, technically, that's what satire was supposed to be, but I couldn't do it. I could. I had to be more than that. It had to be more than the nostalgia. It had to be something weirder and different. Something that I feel like I haven't read at least before. It may be out there, but as long as I haven't come across it, is what mainly matters to me. Because we love talking. Yes, I do. It's a story about demons. It looks like Christianity only doing. Yeah, yeah, totally, totally. Your influence was actually the devil may cry. The devil may cry. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. That's good. To have that jumping point is awesome. And the thing is, if you look at Devil May Cry did a pretty interesting thing with their idea of that stuff, because it is kind of in its own little weird niche. So I feel like certain people are able to pull off those stories that seem like kind of in their similar but different enough that it's like, oh, that I'm glad that exists. It's not that's not boring or too weird. Um, you were constantly dropping this whole Seth versus demons and writing a new story from scratch. You were considering dropping. Okay, consider dropping. Seth had a trench coat, long silver hair. Okay, yeah, the white hair. Uh, ginormous sword. Yeah, yeah. And why we have a character in one of our comic books that has that, but I feel we've dealt with the sword not being too weird. It's become its own thing. It's actually has there's a way to take something that has been used before and actually get around it and make it something that is not weird. And usually the best way to do that is to create decent lore around it. Because if you actually explain why it exists in your world, then it's like instead of just having a Buster Sword, then it's like, oh, okay, I don't think exactly Buster Sword every time I see that now. But I even have that problem though with seeing like Guts Sword or from Berserker or like some of the other characters are out there, so it's still tricky. Fuck it, it's fine. My brain does shit like that to me, so it's especially when I'm trying to draw and glance at the chat. Buster swords are cool. Yes, they are. Big swords are very cool if done right. They can be even cooler. Because I'm really digging the thing that we're doing in our book with the whole kind of big sword idea. Or at least that big sword. Like one-handed swords with shields. What is it? What made me fall in love with that? Um, Demon Souls and what do you call it? Dark Souls have made me actually like that combo more too. They gave reason for them in that. There's not a lot of games or content out there that I feel that actually um, makes that feel like it has weight and use. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting if I actually. No one has stolen this character. So what I plan on doing is I usually do a digital inking job and then I print it out um, a little bit grayer or with lower opacity, and then I go on top of it with inks and gouache and watercolor and stuff, and because I usually like donating a a piece that's an original piece for the silent auctions that I do. Seth has an axe instead of a sword. Is it a two-sided axe? That's super generic with that thing coming out of his wobbly bit. I think I want to change it. Speaking of the word generic, what about it? Not everybody. It's highly common because most people see the devil or Lucifer as the bad guy. I have seen a couple lore and stuff where Satan is actually just helping. He's part of the plan, not against the plan. It's the dualistic mentality that a Western mindset has, which is super unhealthy. The idea of a force that is fighting against you, only thing that creates is a paranoid uh, kind of warring society, or at least psychology in the society. It's easy to convince a group of people that believe in the devil that they should go out and kill people for whatever demonization belief there is that they spout at people. Little weird propaganda that they spout in people's faces. It's kind of basically the same line of with the crusade kind of shit, but technically we're still doing that shit. We just have different buzzwords. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you for bringing up Daemon. Yes, and Daemon is ridiculous because originally demons are a good thing. That word is branching off of the whole thing that you have a to be possessed by a demon was to be bestowed with a spirit of genius and divinity, not something that was bad. It was a good thing. And technically, I almost would like to see if there was any truth to this. Is that all old lore was once upon a time that is evil now was actually once upon a time good, and just demonized because there was changing of rule of there's new words that were going to be used for the new culture or whatever civilization, so then they had to get rid of the old way of thinking, and the best way to do that is to demonize the old ways, just like Christians doing to everything. They just coined it as pagan. That's just pagan crap. And then they actually co-opted some of the pagan crap too, so it's like because they had to, they didn't, people would feel too uncomfortable with the transition. Yes, yes, yes. It has that kind of context to it too. Yeah, it kind of jumps around between the lore of it and the people trying to make it a fundamental thing. Because the thing is, back in the day, the airy fairy spiritual stuff was kind of legitimately something of like people were trying to study it as science and not as oh we can't even talk about that stuff. That's nonsense. Instead of no, it's we have enough people whining about stuff, complaining about stuff, observing things. We should actually research it, and they did. And they came up with a lot of interesting theories and shit about it, names and whatnot for it. Them being true or misunderstood what they meant by it. later down the road is here or there, but Christians be like, boobs go to hell. For the most part, that is a thing with in Christianity to certain groups and sects. No, I don't think that's every Christian. There are ones that are trying to bring back, um, revive sexuality and sensuality within inside the faith. Thing is I don't know if that's Christianity or if that's just Western culture, but we castrate ourselves as a culture, superly demonize uh, sexuality and sensuality. It's very very crazy. It's basically it's a with a, I can see if I can say this word right now, a prohibition of it, which actually makes sense why we have so much. Um, and I don't know if we're worse than any place else, but I could see that we have probably maybe a heavier usage, um, maybe of pornography and that type of a thing, due to the fact that we have a kind of a prohibition on it. Because that's basically what happens when you you do that with anything. You prohibit something and you create a black market that's going to try to feed you that shit for money and uh, creates racketeering and mafias and all that fun stuff. Creates a monster that's something that's a little bit unhealthy. Where I feel like it's probably a lot more healthy in like European cultures and stuff like that, most likely. Definitely socially when people are trying to actually communicate about that stuff and relate. So you see here, yeah, you see here the Bible does talk about hell to the end, the New Testament. Yeah, there's the they've gotten really weird with their lore. It's a means to control and manipulate, I feel, for the most part. Scare people into stuff. But there's good stuff in there too. So problem is a lot of times the people that are pushing the leading and whatnot aren't talking about the good stuff. I'm talking about all the guilt and damnation and shitty crap that's not helpful. But there's I think there's something to what they're doing though. Thing is I think they've lost the way to it, or they're not explaining the fact that they're what they're doing. Because I feel like they're trying to do what the old cynics were doing back in the day, but they've lost the fact that they're that why they're yelling at people and trying to tell them that they're going to hell and stuff like that is it's more it's supposed to be satire, not legitimate the telling people they're going to go to hell. It's like, no, no, wake up and actually analyze, what you're doing. Second think your choices and the way you live your life. Just to do that, just to second think it. Not to say that you have to change. It's just that it's healthy to question your mundane reality, or the mundaneness in it. Let's see here. The idea of luster and pride being sins came from the Dark Ages. Yes. Ah, lust. Yes, lust. Which is no, what is it? Because what is it? One of the concepts that I have, and I want to try to use this in something eventually, but more so, it's just more of a thing that I'd like to uh, try to see if people would agree with trying to do stuff in a different way. Because there's the whole Christian idea of like the Ten Commandments, where they're thou shall nots kind of thing. Don't do these things. And um, I have this weird thing with it where possibly it would be more of a um, not a see if I can actually remember this whole concept, because it's tricky. Every time that I try to remember it, I have to sit down and write it down to figure it out. It's not something that we should try to do, not do ourselves. It's something that we need to try to strive as a civilization to remove the need of the action. So we need to make a place where like those issues are moot. We remove the taboo of those things so that they're not not damaging us anymore. Don't do it. The Dark Ages were, yeah, heavily ruled by the church. Because what is it? Trying to think of some of them. The one that's the most trickiest and a little bit the airy fairy a little bit is thou shalt not kill. And that's the main one that actually spawned the concept of it. Is thou shalt not kill. It should be thou cannot kill. If we actually were to remove death as a second a choice of a second party, then it would be a moot thing. If people could not murder other people, then unless they desired it, we had to be of their free will. The thing is to expand that concept. I'd even want it to be that the mastery of death, where um, which would be more of a mastery of um, your corporeal form or something weird along that line. But that goes in the weird, like, supernatural, esoteric kind of concepts of that. But the other ones would be a little bit easier to deal with. Like, what is it? Thou shalt not steal. Basically, how you get rid of that thing is basically if everyone can have anything, everything that they need, then they don't need to steal. 3D printing is an easy way for in the future where that being something to be solved. Of course, we don't want to kill. I don't know. There's people that do. There's honest to God people that really want to kill other people, and there are people that are out there that want to be killed. And the thing is what we if we can actually find a way to actually make it so that people actually they can die, legitimately die, and still return back to life. That within that context of that, if we can, you can figure that out. Even though that's a tricky problem in itself. But if you could figure that out, the people that wanted to be killed and to kill would just be like an S&M kind of a situation where slave master thing, where they would go and do their thing, and they would live that out and enjoy themselves. The only thing that makes it weird for people to do that, to be like psychopaths and stuff like that, it seems too finite. We don't have a fast enough recycling of the idea of that person coming back to life or where they went and that stuff. If we actually knew, could actually say, oh no, yeah, that's fine, they killed me, to have a conversation with that entity, so that's like they could write it off, then it'd be fine. But you don't have that. So that's yet again like a lot of that's very airy fairy in thought, but I feel like that type of thinking is you you dream big for like the future, for what you want to see happen to solve problems, because I feel like if we get into the point where we're confronted with the ability to do stuff like that, and if no one was thinking about it, then we'd be fucked. We just like people wouldn't know what to do. It's like that's a vengeful thing to have, even with the idea of immortality being through technology, not through like um, biology. Zombie people, kind of. Um, what is it? My concept with it is what it is there's a what is it? As we create technology, we will get to the point where we find out that technology is is basically biology. It's just that because that's what we're kind of doing anyway. We're using technology to speed up our biology, to try to circumvent it, to make it faster. The thing is as we get further along, we'll get to the point where um, we'll go back or try to get back to more biology, and that we'll be able to kind of merge the two, where we're basically it's biological technology. We'll actually be able to use our bodies better, and then in that process, we may be able to actually have some of the mind over matter kind of stuff a little bit. And that one is the big one, because if you have mind over matter to the point of actually leaving leaving a body, dying in a body, if you believe that the idea of the conscious mind is separate from the body, if those two things are legitimately uh, relatively separate, or can be separate, then that consciousness could theoretically, if it had mind over matter, it could recreate its form again or heal itself. Or the idea of even dialing it back even further than that, to the point where if our doctor stuff is good enough, to the point where um, you know, people, we can revive people within days with hardcore injuries, where we actually have technology that can heal wounds and stuff like that. People could, you know, dismember people, tear them apart, and then put them back together again, and then they'd be fine. Um, with that kind of stuff, especially with if we can get get into a little bit more of 3D printing kind of stuff. But yes, it would be a little bit zombie people. I could see that being kind of a coined terminology or concept with it for sure. But because yeah, a lot of the weird things, that concepts that I have going with that stuff, are legitimately backed by pseudoscience stuff, fringe science and whatnot. But they're it's still like, it's fringe. It's new. It's has not proven, and it probably won't be for quite a while, until we start uh, um, buying into it, or whatever. Until the larger people buy into it, or the old sciences die out. Real life Deadpool, yeah, yeah. Well, see that technically, if you really think about it, a lot of that stuff, it should be that way technically. A lot of the superhero concepts should actually be a reality, and the reasons for why it's not, it would be very interesting to find out what it is causing the body to die, and all of the fun stuff that it's doing. Which one of the ideas is, in my mind, is actually it's dehydrating. If you look at an old person, they look like a fucking raisin. There's whatever we are doing in our culture right now, we are not holding in water or something of that kind of equivalent, our ambrosia, or um, our life essence is being uh, depleted, and not uh, uh, re-energized. Because technically we are bioelectric batteries, and those things should be able to constantly go as long as you're maintaining them. Thing is figuring out how to maintain them. You want to be Batman. The Batman. Let's see here. Batman's cool. I think what part of the Batman would I want to be? I want to be the detective side of the Batman, is the thing that most interests me about the Batman. I love mystery books and movies and stuff like that. Big fan of um, Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes. Ooh, cool. That's awesome. Is his name related to Masonry ashlar. Are you familiar with if that's what it's connected to at all? On screen. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna go with Saint for right now. Thumbs up for you. You love mystery as well? Yes, Law. So it is. It's based on the Mason's block, the rough ashlar. It's this scary straw man from the Wizard of Oz. Which Todd McFarlane did do that, so I don't know if you guys remember those toys. They're kind of a little bit uh, S&M. Uh, what else they feel like? Oh gosh, what is that? Pinhead, Hellraiser. Still only 16 though? Ah, just a baby. He was a Christian child back then. Yeah, I choose to just listen to everything. If you listen to everything, you get smart. Learn. That's just me. I'd recommend it for everybody else, but I like. I always get this wrong because there's like 5 different words that sound like it's synchronicity, synchron. Yeah, I think it's synchronicity or something close to that. There's like a couple different words spelling that sounds similar to that. That's whatever the one I'm talking about is combining all belief systems to one. It kind of goes with Trismegistus kind of crap. Her, Hermes Trismegistus kind of stuff. Weaving of all beliefs. Yes, learning is power. Yes, because I I have a part of a thought that I'm curious if is some of the old belief systems were just not anything different from one or the other, really. The only thing that was different is the language. So it's basically the language barrier has made the religion get lost in translation. or taking that a step back further, I think religion initially was science originally on a different topic, though. It wasn't talking about um, our current type of science. They were looking at a different angle, most likely talking about uh, the stuff that you can't see, more geometric scaffolding around the three-dimensional reality, which is very interesting stuff. Got skeptical. Oh no, I lost the chat. I have to switch pages to actually read that stuff real quick. I'm trying to keep up with the chat while on my phone, and it keeps on going to sleep and erasing the chat. Need to see if I can't get if there's an app for my phone that doesn't erase the chat. Because I know, like, what is it? Better Twitch TV doesn't erase the chat. Yeah, where are we going? Skeptical, polytheistic, or something like that. For the most part, or at least the whole point of a religion, for the most part, is the same thing. At least the bits that I care about, for how for to a certain degree, the be kind and loving and all that stuff. That stuff is usually in there somewhere. Then they have weird other stuff on top of it sometimes that are just weird. Anything that's counterintuitive to that part is just, I'd like to know, like, almost a genealogy of the writing of belief and stuff, and find out when the hateful stuff was put in versus the kind stuff. Because I would assume that stuff was amended into the belief. I'd be willing to put money on that. You see, you're 100% sure, but I'm a PS4 streamer for video games. You like this stuff too? They said that they say that's constantly happening. My comic book character is potentially going to be a theoretical antichrist, not the typical one though, but not as antithesis or antithesis. I love saying it that way, antithesis. But 1938. Yeah, that whole thing just. That, I'd really like to be a fly on a wall with all that crap. Because I don't know how much of it is been blown up out of proportion and not. Because I know it was fucked up, but I don't know how fucked up it was. Because that is the one thing that everyone can point their finger at and say that universally agrees where it was like this awful thing in our uh, world culture. We demonize that thing hugely, but there's other things similar to it that are just as bad or some people say worse, like the how many people have died in certain other events and stuff like that, and we don't demonize that stuff as bad yet. We don't comment on it with as much um, fervor. 6:30 a.m. Need to sleep. Ooh, no problem. He is one of them. Bye. See you later, Saint. You're boring, Saint. He needs sleep. I understand that. It's 3:35 a.m. here where I'm at, and I should probably sleep at some point. I'm wired though. My schedule's got all whacked. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate your candor. Boom, boom, boom. This freaking music. I need to talk to one of the other the music streamers and see if I can't get one of their soundtracks. 'Cause I know there's a couple of people that have done that. They've cross promoting stuff. I would totally love to hear music that's not gonna get my broadcast censored or whatever, and still have good tunes that I'm not bored of. Anywho, you feel like you should rest a few mini stories with Seth and the Crane Souls? Yes, you should. Because that's what I've been doing with, like I said, satire, is I wrote a bunch of little mini scenarios, and then I just sewed them together with other events. And that it forces, you to actually make something. Because I suck at linear storytelling, I feel. I don't understand it. Like to actually think of it that way or try to process it in that manner. Me doing it that way helps me so much with um, don't click on that link, it contains monkeys. Thinking is hard. You posted a monkey link. A monkey on a Segway. Oh my. uh, it's a funny joke song. Ah, is it a funny troll joke song? Oh no, I lost the chat again. Cool Crow drawing of Brandon Lee. Did that pop up? Yeah, I had fun with that one. Yeah, one of my friends that doesn't really care for my art, or at least he doesn't vocalize it. That's one of the few pieces that he actually praised. That's one of my many prints. Really need to start trying to take a lot of that artwork and turn it into t-shirt art and stuff like that. You need to make a day or something like that. Say, okay, this is the day that I spend time on working on Redbubble crap. Redbubbling's my old art. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Redbubble or things that are similar to that, where they just give the company your art and they just put it on t-shirts and a bunch of shit. Nope. What is the other one that I'm more aware of? Cafe Express? Is that the one that I'm more familiar with? That's the one that I was aware of beforehand, and I didn't really get myself into that. I think that's the one, another one similar to Redbubble. Right now, apparently, Redbubble's really big on Twitch for artists. There's a couple of other ones that are similar to it, though. Swear that's what it is. I'd have to Google it to make sure this is. It's Panda Express, Cafe Express. If that's the right one, it's not. It's not Cafe Express. Um, Sites like Redbubble. I will find it. I'll find this word that I'm trying to think in my head. Cafe. Ah, close. Cafe Press. That's what it is. Cafe Press. No EX, just Cafe Press. Flint. Flint Raul Craig? Raoul Craig? Or Crag? It's Crag. E in the end. Yeah, Crag. Flint Raoul Crag. Tell me if I'm saying that right. Where are you at? Read that, robot. He's probably gonna pronounce it completely wrong, but one more. I like Flint. Flint is a good one. I think I've heard other pirates underneath that, but that's not a bad thing. Um, I don't know if I'm saying that right. If it's the Flint Raoul Crag, um, does not roll off my mouth. I'm probably saying it wrong though. Let me know if I'm saying that right. Because usually, hmm, what's his pirate name? Same? Because from because in my mind, most pirates, um, if his actual name was Flint, uh, Raoul Crag. That's actually Crag. Crag kind of has a Kraken feel to it. Named him after Captain Flint from Treasure Island. Okay. Hmm. See, the thing is like, for example, like something on the line of Black Flint Roberts, kind of thing weird like that. Or I think Roberts is something else that is kind of like normal thing. Adding like weird like character thing to it in front of it, especially with if you actually are connecting it to Captain Flint like that. Definitely, would try to have like a kind of a weird thing to it, or the Crag part not be his real last name. That's part of the nickname. Because how would you do that? How would you actually make that work? Flint. Flint. My head. Because Flint seems like a nickname, and so does Crag. So technically, his real name could just be the Raoul, and then the nickname part is that Crag. So am I saying that wrong? Is that Crag or is that supposed to be Craig? How are you trying to make that be pronounced? Or how do you want it pronounced? Or Krog? Assuming it's supposed to be like Craig and Craigslist. So Craig and Craigslist, is this correct? Frank Raoul Craig? Frank Raoul Ra Flint. Not Craig. Okay, not Craig. Crag. Okay. Said it too much. Said it too much. It sounds weird. It sounds like a nickname, Crag. Crag does not sound like a normal uh, first name or last name. Because this here, a crag is a steep or rugged cliff or rock face. Which I like that. That's a cool thing. And technically with a last name, maybe double G on the end. Crag for a last name. And instead of Flint, maybe Flinton. Flinton Crag. I could see Flinton Crag in my head. But people would call him Flint. They wouldn't call him Flinton. Thing is his name is he's got two like really cool things going on in that name, so it doesn't have like one thing you would want to promote more than the other. Because Flint is cool, because it goes off the idea of the musket Flint, and then yeah, Flint has the homage to that. The thing is I feel Flint is kind of dialing off of the idea of playing off of a flint of a gun a little bit. Um, Crag. The thing is Crag. Another way to spell Crag is Creag, which is the Irish and Scottish and Gaelic way spelling it. Welsh way to spell it is Craig. So that could be also the thing you could do. You could spell it a little bit differently, and then it would make more sense to be like he would be could be part Irish, English, Welsh, whatever. Thing is I still don't understand. What is the middle name Raoul? Am I saying that one right? How's the middle one? Because is that my chat has deleted it on there. Let's see if I can't pull up. Okay, let's actually do this though first before I do anything else. Save as. Hmm. No middle name anymore. Okay, this skip the middle name for right now. Okay, because that like Flint and Crag is fine. I think that sounds fine. The thing is I feel like there should be a third part to it. Um, let's see if what Black Roberts. What is it? Black Roberts. Is that what is the Princess Bride? Let me look that up. Uh, a deadly nickname he needs. What kind of a character is he? Describe this character to me. Is he more? Is he Blackbeard? Is he like a spooky pirate, or is he like a friendly swashbuckler kind of pirate? Dreaded. That's what it is. Dreaded. Dreaded. Pickle snuffer. cut the corners type of guy. What do you mean by that? Let's see here. Let's just do this. Let's see if Google will listen to me. Princess Bride. Wow. Thank you, Google, for gushing about it. Sometimes that feature, I wish I could not have it talk to me. Okay. So he's quick on his feet. He cuts corners. He gets the job done. At what price does he get the job done? At the risk of himself and others? I'm gonna talk again. 'Cause I clipped back. Likes doing that too. Dreaded Pirate Roberts. That's what it is. Yeah, Dreaded Pirate Roberts. It's not that one. So let's see here. Pirate names. Give me the pirate names. Pictures. These are probably going to be like really sappy and generic. Oh yeah, they're just doing like put A with B with A with B. Yes, like Captain Patch, Captain Patchbeard. Ah, was he a privateer before he was a pirate? And if he's a pirate, how does this work in your story? Like, what is the timeline set in your story? I don't know if you've told me this. If it's now times, and he's stealing from pirating from people now times. Jack Sparrow. Yes, I don't know if do they have Sparrow on here. Uh, they have Jack. Yes, they do. They have Captain Jack Sparrow on this thing. What's your pirate name? But these are Mad, Red, Lady, Jolly, Blood, Old. Do they not have Black beginning? Old Spot Rivers. Old Spot Rivers. Old Spot. Old spot beard. Hmm. Interesting. Hello. Was it eviction? Maybe. Let's see here. What would be so fun? Crag, Flinton. Flinton Crag. Flinton Crag. Flinton Crag. I don't know. Flinton Crag. That's like Blackbeard stealing medical supplies. Time for the story. Well, yeah. What time of age is it set in? Is it set in like its own pocket timeline, or a fantasy world? Okay. No, I dislike One Piece, so there will be no similarities there. Okay, no, so no One Piece. Have you drawn this pirate character? This Flint? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with it. Very cool art. It has an interesting style to it. So Flint is the first mate that plans on taking over the ship on which he does. Okay. So basically he commits mutiny and steals the ship from the original captain and becomes the captain himself. At least that's the beginning. And this is connected to Seth in some way. Is this like one of his buddies that he meets up with? Somewhere in the first arc? No? This is a completely different story? Is this separate from the Seth story? Okay. This is good to know. I'm catching up. 'Cause I'm not sure if this was like in the same universe, like DC Marvel kind of scenario, or if it was completely different. Spill the beans, Al. What does that remind me of? Uh, Captain Hawk? Why does he think that? What leads him to believe that? Is there a reason? Or is it he just does? More research, back to my cloud. Because there's a space pirate that kind of reminds me of the Cape concept. Let me see if I can. I think it's Adak. Haddock? Captain Haddock? He should have a reason. Yeah, I would have him have a reason. It's always more interesting if they do. Like, one that came off the top of my head when I said it is like a fortune teller has kind of told him his future or something on that line. So he has like an edge on things a little bit. Maybe he knows when he's going to die. Something weird like that. Or at least he thinks he does. Um, that kind of a weird thing. Yes, space pirate Harlock. Yes, Harlock. Yes, his ego takes him away. So you're maybe the ship that he's on is actually a privateering ship, and then he ends up when he ends up um, doing the mutiny, the they end up turning into a pirates. That is a common story, and it would make sense within like reality and whatnot for pirates, because that's basically what happened to a lot of them. Um, Most though the mutiny didn't happen like that. It was more of a mutiny of like whoever was giving them their telling them what to do from above, not necessarily the captain. character and make it familiar. That's good. Good idea to do that. Okay, I don't like that bit and that bit. Let's just block it out. Block it out. Back this off. Quartermaster and first mate for when Flint is a captain. Ah, okay. That's good. Are they, did you have them be a part of the crew initially, or were they picked up after the whole incident of the mutiny? Typical. So they help Flint out with his whole mutiny thing. Because usually a mutiny, you do need a majority of the crew to pull something like that off. Do they kill the original captain? Do they make him walk the plank? Do they just what is it? What is that? Strand him on an island? What is that called? It's a technical terminology for that. We're doing good. At least I am. I don't know about Alec here. He could be bored as hell for all I know. You don't tell me these things. Oh shit, he's good. You tired? Starting to get sleepy? I'm starting to get there a little bit. It's a little bit of sleepiness in my eyes. I'm surprised I'm up still right now because I wasn't even thinking I was gonna get any streaming in tonight. So I was working on the comic book existential stuff or the other weird stuff on it so much that I was like gonna be burnt out to do any streaming. You just woke up? Ah, lucky. So you got your 8 hours or plus. Man, I really, really wanna start coloring this to help me with it. 'Cause the straw and the um, lines are starting to clash. Why not? Let's do that to help me with it. Doop 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 click. Do our crazy purple like always. Oh, come on. Crazy purple. Purple pink. And we will fill you up with white. But you gotta go to work. Oh. Oh, you gotta work. Okay, you got work to do. Okay. Which design? The one that I'm working on right now? Or are you referring to something else? Typical. Loading head, purple void. Yes. Because if you're talking about the Scarecrow, he'll most likely be turned into a print after I'm finished with him. There's a possibility I'm gonna be doing and printing him off and then coloring it for a auction thing, but I will probably digitally color it for sure on top of that and turn it into a print though. Maybe throw it on to Redbubble at some point too, so it can be on t-shirts and shit. Current one, cool. Yes. Yes, I plan on turning it into at least a print. No problem, man. It's fun. I like chewing the fat about like story and I just killed that. Dang it. This. Let's save it. Go back. I don't want to do that. No. I want to duplicate that layer. There. Make my life easier if I do it this way. Now we do a little bit of flats just so I can separate crap in my brain here. And I can fine tune it. I don't know if there's any other artist out there that does this, but when I'm doing digital inking, I usually get to a certain point where I have to go in and color some of the stuff in it, if not all of it, to a certain point, just so I can separate things. Especially when it's a kind of messy thing like this one is. Your skills are over 9999. Wow. I've been hearing that. Feel free to recommend me. Oh no, there goes the chat. Let's open up the little chat window. Yeah. Yeah, it's not scary. No, 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 not scary. Wish I could force this to stay on top. I wonder if I could figure out a way to do that. There's gotta be a way to do that. Whoa! Okay. That. Nice. Duplicate. Purple face. Ooh, we gotta follow. Sweet. Thank you very much. Harley Quinn, Scarecrow. Holy shit, it's Silva. Go back to sleep. Swag. That's a lady. Sarah's here to fuck shit up. Kapow! Okay, I really want to color this other stuff. Duplicate layer. This kind of looks cool like that, actually. Why don't spam? You mess around with Photoshop? Yes. Fuck you, bot virus. Designs. Show us the design. Just a second. This sound way. Is it safe? Oh dear God. People are gonna abuse that shit. As people made the jokes about drawing the junks and stuff. She's an I am. Makes the most sense. Okay. And I've used that to mock it all up. I think my brain was wanting reddish. Red. Some kind of a. Shit, blowing the fuck up. She means you have to keep your browser open. Trap your soul here like night. Imager? What's Imager? I don't know if I use that. If I do, I'm unaware of my usage on that. Which is something that happens. And there goes the chat on my phone. Dook 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 dook. Dook dook body parts. Imgur. Is that supposed to be Instagram? Or is that something else? Wanted to do a Skyrim casting. It's not like Instagram. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Let's see. Where is it in the chat? Where? I'm gonna have to Google it. I'm gonna Google it because it looks familiar. There's a lot of things that I've signed up for, but just never bothered. Oh, did I lose my stream? That sounded like a dead stream sound. Save. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Seems like it's still going. Now it's all gray. There we go. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming later on. I'll try to get something in. More so if I actually figure out what I'm gonna be doing for the donation auction piece or whatever. This may end up being it. If it is, then I'll probably actually be doing trying to finish up the black and white, and then I'll print it out, and then probably do a stream of me coloring it live, like normal, traditional painting, whatever crap. So, which will be interesting. I haven't done that in a minute. It's usually mainly the only time that I do traditional art is for that, but need sleep. Go. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate there. Yes. Okay. Now back to looking up that word. I ain't dying. Technically, you're dead. Painting the hat orange. Did see it, yeah. Kind of looking like a brownish orange. What is more like? Where's Because usually I use like really drab colors initially when I do stuff, and then I'm gonna do highlights or anything like that, then I'll bump it up. But where would be? Yeah, the color I'll definitely be playing around with, but and right now it's more so for separating the uh, the elements for me right now, just so I can not get confused between straw versus string. And it helps me clean up my inking lines a little bit, even though that I'm a messy artist. But yeah, are you thinking like bright orange when you're saying that? Like, orange. Duplicate this just for fun of it for right now. That needs to, it did not duplicate. Duplicate layer. Draw this up. Should be some weird mark. Let's just go with green just for the fun of it right now. I don't know if I'll hold on to that, but you like the color of the hat right now? I'm not sure about the straw yet either. Wow. Difference that color makes. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play with that. You're gonna put so much effort into it, and this is drawing your body part. You're doing something with Skyrim. Explain this to me. How is that going to work? I like how it sounds because I do like Skyrim. I just don't understand how you're gonna execute that at all. Duplicate layer. Scroll up. Typical. Thinking I wanted to be a sickly green, maybe. It's there, but it's not there that you can tell. You're in Skyrim. You play this magic person. Yeah. And your spell into a cool pose. Okay, yeah. Ah, I see. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Is Google searching something without me? Okay, Imgur. New. I don't think I have a Imgur, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. Looks like a place where there'd be a lot of memes. What about finger jet? Or what about a fighter jet? Okay. Let's actually read the text that's on the phone. Yeah, I'm actually trying to watch the chat through my phone. This is the first time me trying to pull this off. My problem is I lose the chat every time my phone falls asleep, so I have to keep on tapping it. Okay. We need a structure thing here. You can upload your work there? Hmm. Is it like a community connected to loading up your artwork there? Is there like a good reason to do it? Like, do they do like likes or kind of an advertisement thing for your stuff, or is it just a good place to archive? Go to your settings and turn it off. Well, I think my phone's shitty. It gives me like what? From where I've looked, I haven't really looked that hard. Uh, it gives me the options to have it go to 10 minutes before shutting itself down. There should be an option to turn the fucker off, but mm, 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 mm. Because in display, screen timeout. Yeah, 10 minutes is 15 to 10 minutes is the thing there, and it brightness, auto rotate screen, display battery, auto adjust screen tone. Yeah, I don't know if there's like another section that they push that off onto. But it does not look like my phone is that cool. At least currently. Made a cool glitch effect signature. Go to settings, go to general settings, go to auto lock, click never. Huh. I will attempt to see if there's any settings like that. General settings. Well, here's lock screen options. It's just that stuff. Messing with link. Or pale gray. Yeah. For right now, at least. For Androids, it's display, screen timeout. Display. Then you say screen timeout. Keep screen turned on. Is there any sub bullshit that I'm not seeing here? Touch key light duration. I'm not sure what that is. Let's see if that's... We shall see, we shall see. I turned something to always on. I don't know if it'll do it, but we will try. I clicked that link too. I didn't look at it though. Everlast. That'd be cool animated as a gift. It looks like it's supposed to be animated. Cause yeah, that'd be awesome. All like glitching, like in motion. Yeah, my blinky eyes, my Metal Gear codec. Cool. Just for the fun of it, yes. Yeah, I just play around with it a little bit here and there. Lost connection. I don't think much has been said. Thanks. Save the day. Something, something, Princess Zelda. Really need to learn that song. Okay, this could have. Where all this nonsense is at? Where my links? Alright, let's look at some of these. Palat. Ooh. Spanny. What is this one? Camo. Oh, Camo with a spin. Server logo, huh? Pikachu. Designer. Click. Join now. Or die alone. Don't do that. Stop it. Stop threatening me with the banhammer. Mm -mm -mm. Mm. Are they good? I'm digging quite a few of them. I think that the circle with the colors going around it is one of my favorite ones I've seen. Some of these other ones uh, look like just um, advertisement kind of stuff that's on the side of a bar, which is good for pulling people in. But that stuff is always flashy and annoying sometimes. but it does its job as that. The look at me. I don't know if that's what those things are for, but some of them kind of have that feel to it. Not sure the context, but yeah, just doing it for fun. Okay. Well, it's good for portfolio and being able to just practice. It's good to know how to make those things because people want people to make that kind of crap. It is something that is a commodity. So that's it's good to play around with that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that people make is it's usually always fine. Art kind of within art, it just depends on, what is the purpose? What are you trying to say or what kind of reaction you're trying to get from it? That's always usually my question with stuff. What are you trying to convey when you're doing certain things? That crisscross line there is kind of bugging me, and this needs to be fixed through there. Where is this? It'd be so scary if it actually did. Get your ass in here! You think you've done some work for YouTubers? Yeah, upload them to another site. Yeah, most of my stuff is commercial art stuff is logo work. I've had some friends hire me on to do like uh, coloring and toning jobs and inking jobs for their books and whatnot, but yeah, back. Just so you know, that would be the scariest thing ever if your toilet actually called your name when you had to go to the restroom. It's like you don't even feel like you have to go, and it's like yelling at you. Get your ass in here. You gotta shit yourself. I'm thirsty. Grossly funny. Help, the police is coming to me. Great thing. Uh, if you think so. Oh, it'd definitely be silly. Um, let's do off color just to. No, no, you. Dang it. No. Oh, kidding me? I'm screwing this alls up in here. Okay, did that fix it? Yes, yes it did. The paper 8 by 16. Wow. Harvest Moon Yellow. Oh dear. I need to fix that. Let's do a little bit more of this, cleaning this up a little bit, and then I need to probably call it. Yeah, break that up. That line is. Starting to get a headache. No bueno on headaches. Need to probably eat something. Taking over the world. What you miss? Silva, what did he miss? Oh, wasn't paying enough attention. Apparently I missed it too. Saving bitcher. You took over the world. Oh dear. Yay, 5 viewers. Is that what it is right now? We have lurkers. Is that what it is, or is that just bots turning on? Nightbot. Ah, it's night sky. Ah, ah. It's, he's a chat stalker. Now for something completely different. Apparently didn't put a stop for my phone turning off. Wherever I clicked. Still doing it. Back after eating. Well, hopefully I'll be here. I need to probably do that myself here pretty soon. Really like that being red. Ish. Could I get away with doing both? That's interesting. That kind of a red, leathery kind of a look. It's kind of interesting too. Green. Thing is typically it's more of a brownish, orangish. Hmm. Make same color as the skin. Make it a little bit higher. I agree it should be close to that, but it's I feel like kind of had it earlier. So it needs to be kind of subtle. Let's duplicate what we have here. Duplicate. How can I get this to do what I want? What's the other? There's a weird red that I had prior before I started playing around with it. It's like a reddish brown. Where are you at? I think right about there was that, but let's take that, click OK, and the other color that we have underneath it. Look at, let's see the opacity. So that's that color. Turn off. The Robocup and yeah, those are old. They were fun to do though. No, I think I'm gonna have to. I don't think I like the brighter. I think I like the. I mean, I think I like the brighter, but the only way it works is like that. It's just the wrong color. Let's try playing around with that for right now. We can always tweak, play. Yeah, it's his eyes are definitely have to be out of those two colors. It's greener, red are the two colors that are even possible. That's red, which is typical. That's why I was messing around with the green, trying to see if I could do anything else different with it. The red makes him look a lot more spooky.
Purple's kind of interesting. Yellow is also would work as well. Yellow wouldn't be that bad. Thing is red just really makes him look like super spooky.